regular meeting of January 27, 2025. If you'll join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please call roll. Trustee O'Brien, here. Trustee Grail.
Here.
Trustee Bowler. That takes us to public comment. And if there's any public comment, take that now. Hearing none, we'll move forward. Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if fiscal officer Jordan emailed the revisions for October 14th through December 23rd special.
I haven't made any. I wasn't planning on making any. I haven't typed up any ones other than the 23rd organizational meeting.
Okay, so October 14th through December 23rd, you should have all the feedback from me on to incorporate for the final revision before we approve them.
Not planning on making any revisions.
I've sent the revisions
I
back.
saw them.
Okay.
I don't plan on making any.
Okay, so.
What do you mean?
Okay,
Could you
so.
clarify?
Well, I'm not going to change. And one of the questions you had was semicolons. I'm not going to take out semicolons.
Okay, that's fine, but there's like parts where you say insert here.
Oh, those
Just
are
like
yes.
red, bold.
Yes, those are the insert parts are separate documents. Yes, but I do have to enter that information. And that affects.
Okay, and then, I mean, the other thing is, I'm okay with semicolons, but there are some items where you summarize the board's position that is maybe my position and not trustee Bullard's position. And so I have some comments on that to just say clarification that I said that, or clarification that trustee Bullard said that. And I think that's a reasonable.
I will look back at it.
Okay, so that's fine, and then, I think just generally the clarifications that I'm providing are more in the interest of just the residents reading for the first time and making certain that as they're reading through it makes sense to them.
What's happening is that I'm finding places where I don't really have any idea. I can't come up with a good summary of what you're saying, so I'm just taking it right out of the transcript.
Right.
And that's what you're reading.
Yeah, and so when that happens, some of the, my issue becomes that the pronouns get ambiguous, so it will be like he said, but I don't know if it's he Bullard or he trustee O'Brien, because it's cut and paste from the transcript. So I can do a better job, though, saying, I believe this was trustee Bullard that said this, or something like that, so that we can just replace those pronouns with like who said it. Obviously, if it's a she, it's a little bit more obvious for us, but I'll go through these again, the 14th through the 23rd. And if I have anything more that I can add as far as summary or clarification to make it easier, I'll do that.
Typing, I believe I finished, no, I'm most of the way finished with December 9. I'm through the year-end, largely through the year-end work. We worked our way through.
I got the organizational, right?
Yeah, I did do the organizational. I've got most of the, like I say, the other work out of the way, and believe that I'm going to have time to really start to concentrate on catching up on minutes now. And if I don't, I've been taking vacation days from the county to work for the township. If I've got to do another one, I'll do another one.
Why don't I do this? Appreciate your feedback, and what I'll do is I'll directly make the changes. Are you comfortable with me using track changes and then you just accept them?
Sure.
Okay, so then I'll directly make the changes into the document, and then you can go through and just accept the changes, and that I think will make it a little bit more streamlined. And I'll be able to get you the 14th through November 25th within a week. So you'll
Okay.
have a week to turn those around for our next meeting. Would that be okay?
Yes.
And then the 9th, the 23rd, we don't have, right? December 9th and 23rd?
The 9th, I'm about halfway through.
Okay.
The 23rd special, we do not have. The 23rd, end of year, we do not have.
Yeah.
The organization is done.
Yep. And then January 6th and January 13th, we do not have.
And 15th, we do not have.
Okay.
6th and 15th will take 5 minutes each. There were specials that
Yeah.
will be nothing. The 13th will be a little bit longer.
Okay, so I can get you definitely my second revisions for October 14th through November 25th, then the week end, and then I will try to do organizational as well. That pretty much will go pretty quick because it's just a bunch of resolutions, so I don't anticipate there being much there.
Right, but that to me is the most important.
Yeah, and if you wouldn't mind taking a look as well, that would be
Yes.
great. And then I would like to, for the organizational, potentially, coming in the upcoming year, I'd like to take some of the resolutions from the organizational meeting and put some of those into the handbook when we do the handbook revisions. And then and then basically they can be extracted from the organizational meeting because they're policies that are in the handbook. Like, for example, there's one where we say that we pay the part-time employees time and a half for the holiday pay if they come in during a holiday. That really should be holiday pay in the handbook, not a separate policy that we do in the organizational meeting.
I understand the concept.
And maybe there's things we do want to revisit, like, for example, the social media policy, we were going to revisit every year. So it makes sense that it's there. But if there's persisting policies that are really personnel related, that should be in the handbook, because in this case, there was an employee who we thought worked on a holiday, and they put in the hours, time and a half, and I said, that's not in the handbook, and Mr. Peden said that, oh, well, Trustee Bullard had said that that's what we do, not in the handbook, in the organizational meeting minutes. So it either needs to be in both places or extracted from organizational meeting and handbook if it's really a handbook policy. And there were a couple others like that, I thought.
I want to read it
Yeah.
before I actually agree to it, but I understand the concept, so I'm not in disagreement, but I want to read it before
Yeah, totally.
Back to the organizational, will having the transcript be helpful?
No, I think the minutes that you sent will be fine. I know you asked that, you had a couple questions about that we worked through, so I feel pretty comfortable with the organizational meeting minutes. We didn't spend a lot of time deliberating, it wasn't like a zoning hearing.
It was pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
Mostly.
and it needs to be,
yeah.
for your sake.
Right.
Okay, so we will take this up at our next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I think Trustee Bullard wanted to adjust the agenda just slightly. And I'll turn it over to Trustee Bullard.
Let me preface it by saying, we've got the new development by FinCom, I believe, is the ones that's doing it. And at the corner of Hyatt and Cheshire. And there was, at the last meeting, there was a question about did we want to participate in a project with them to put in a terminal.
So you say them, do you mean the county or do you mean FinCom?
Well, it was a question from the county, did we want to participate in it? And we answered no. And I'm thinking that with we got going on with the temple and the way the temple is going to be adding a much larger structure, probably a much larger attendance, and may change the need for a turn line there at the temple. And maybe it would make sense to, make it, Hyatt Road, a 3-lane road from basically the roundabout down to where the ditch crosses, the road. Not quite that far, but we would look at what made sense there on 45-mile road and all of that. And out of that, I asked Doug if he could look at what the cost would be involved in doing something like that. I also asked him to look at what the costs were that we had spent on the property for the temple in terms of moving the ditch back and doing all that sort of stuff, which developers usually and typically do on their own property, but in this case, it was done for us as part of the road project to move that back. And so with that, I'd like for Doug to tell us what he knows at this point or comment. Sure. I also asked whether the increase in the temple size, and maybe we don't have enough information yet to know for sure whether that indicates that there needs to be a turn lane for the temple or not, and whether the county would require it. And he was going to look into that. So there's several questions around that whole set of issues, and hopefully folks got some information. I'll turn it over to you, Doug, on that.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Just a couple of, well, give you what I have here. I'm willing to discuss just the 3-lane section with the board if you just want to deal with what at least the conceptual cost of that, or I can provide at least the cost that I came up with for the frontage in front of the current site, temple site, as far as what it cost back in 21 when the project was done. So I'll leave that up to the board to decide if we want to just deal with the 3-lane section. I can do that.
I don't want to conflate issues. So the one is 3 lanes out on the outside of the property, the estates at Berlin that we just approved, right? That's the one issue.
Yeah, I think our terminology is the 7 Hills of Berlin.
Oh, 7 Hills.
Yeah,
Yeah,
southwest corner.
Yeah. So 7 Hills property, 3 lanes, and then it sounded like there was a second item that you had a quote on, and I'm not sure I understand what that one is.
Well,
What the cost would be for, what was the second issue? I'm sorry.
so number one is we have approved a traffic study for the 7 Hills of Berlin project, and it requires a southbound left turn lane into their entrance on Pike Road, which is across from May Meadows. And when you do a southbound left turn lane, you got to also provide the northbound turn lane as well for May Meadows. You can't do one without the other. It just isn't safe. So that's when Ron called me and said, "Hey, can we look at just instead of taking the road and widen it to 3 lanes and then narrowing it back to 2 lanes on both ends, what would the cost be to just do a 3-lane section from, as Ron mentioned, the roundabout south to where it would terminate for."
And for some distance south of the roundabout, it's going to stay 2 lanes, and then it will widen out to get the turn lane for the being able to turn into Maid Meadows and also the FinCom development. And the thing is, Maid Meadows wasn't large enough to require the turn lane, and this development over here, road adds a lot more traffic to the back. And suddenly there's a lot of traffic going in and out, which would require a turn lane, but neither of the developments are charged with doing that. So if that occurs, then it's up to the government or the township to look at doing something there for turn lane to support the.
I was under the impression that 7 Hills would be charged for that turn.
7 Hills would be for their part of it,
Mm-hmm.
but the part that you got coming from Maid Meadows and the development across the street
That I'll have to get clarification on. My understanding is the same as Megan's, that, you know, the development for Seven Hills would be required to build the turn lane for both
Yeah, that was
Dave
my
Meadows
understanding.
and Seven Hills.
Okay, so it would take care of all the traffic on that.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
But, so that would be, I mean, that was,
And that road
The
would be
impact.
across from the main Meadows Road, whatever that is, going into main Meadows, right?
yes,
The turn lane road access to the FinCom development.
so there'd be, in other words, what they would have to build is, instead of just their turn lane, they have to build and go south and provide the turn lane that would, you know, go into, for northbound traffic going to Bay Meadows.
Okay.
So in other words, there's
Northbound, you mean southbound?
Northbound.
northbound, yes, I'm sorry, south, get my directions mixed up, I apologize. In other words, a southbound left turn lane would be required for Bay Meadows, and northbound left turn lane would be required for Seven Hills.
Okay.
Right, or FinCom, however you want to do that, I guess.
So what trustee board has somewhat indicated, if it were extended so that the temple could also use that turn lane, we wouldn't have to take it all the way to the creek, because the creek's gonna be expensive, right?
That's correct, but I haven't done enough of conceptual layout to determine, are we going to touch that area or not?
Because
So,
I would have more concern if it has to cross the creek. Well, it's not, I don't know what, the ditch, whatever that's called, I mean, the waterway. So when you do the cost, are you taking it to the creek, to the?
I did, yes, just to make it simple.
Do you have something that we can review?
Yeah, I just apologize, I had it stapled, but then I took out, this just focuses on, if it were a 3-lane section from the roundabout all the way down to the creek, or what the culvert is.
Okay, so page 1 is if it were the 3-lane section.
Page 1 is like a summary sheet. Page 2 is just easier for me because we have like a separate thing that does the roadway pavement and traffic control. If you see what I did there, is the $237,700 is just strictly to say, okay, this is just the pavement and the pavement markings. And we already have a separate spreadsheet for that, so I just.
And
rolled
this
that.
is 3 lanes all the way down, it's not the southbound, northbound.
Correct. So in other words, what I did here was, we have 24 feet out there now. So I just widened and added 12 feet of roadway, and then moved the shoulder and the ditch and so forth back on the west side of the road.
And can that be done within the right of way?
Well, that's a question that I'm fairly confident we can, yes. But again, on the FinCom property, they'd have to, provide that right away for us, because it's different, their development. And to be honest, if I was their design engineer, I would widen all of their side, because you're dealing with the east side of the road is already done. And you don't want to touch that, you don't want to be in the right of way, you don't want to, it's a mess. It would be logistically just a lot easier to widen the other side.
But does that at the temple property make a problem there, because it's not?
Well, as we all know, the drainage out there is not good at all. So to try and leave the ditch on the east side of the road alone, I think would be the best bet, not only if I was the engineer for you all as we are, or if I was doing it for, the development. It's like, let's deal with the west side of the road and see where that ends up. That would be my first, initial take. And this is how I came up with this. Again, it's a conceptual estimate.
Okay. I like it.
Do you
There's one important thing though.
Yeah.
County, it would be a county project, not a township project. We would pay the county.
That's something that we could look into.
I think it would be advisable.
I would agree that it would appear to be a project that would fit, something that the county could team with the township and with the TID, at least as initially, to see if that would be something that TID
I
would
just
be
want to
interested
say
in.
that.
Did the traffic study indicate that expanding this to the 3-lane section as opposed to what you originally were recommending is necessary at this time?
Well, the traffic study just contemplated the impact of the Seven Hills development.
Just,
I did send Ron, I sent a copy to you on Friday, but this, I didn't copy the whole, and I can send you this. This is basically the cliff notes of the traffic study that was done for the temple. And it did indicate that a northbound left turn lane is necessary. Now, the traffic study did contemplate the
I'm
addition.
sorry, this was for the temple,
Yes,
not for Seven Hills?
correct. I did not bring a paper copy of the Seven Hills traffic study. I certainly can provide one to the board.
So, I don't know if you've gone to the building department, but is phase 2 actually a total of 30,000 square feet?
Not sure.
Oh my God.
And this is the basic temple that's there right now that we're talking about. But there's another construction project
Well,
going on at the temple that is expanding this dramatically.
Well, I didn't get into the details of the traffic study. Obviously, it indicates there's 2 phases
Right.
there on the front. I don't know, Trustee O'Brien asked if the 2 square footages of the 2 phases in the traffic study, does that compare with their plan? I'm not sure. But I think from a traffic impact study, the trip generations are gonna be, regardless of the square footage of the 2, I don't anticipate they'd be significantly higher or lower than what's shown. But again, it's,
So I don't know if when they contemplated it, it was going to be as grand as it is going to be. And so it may be more of an attraction than what was originally contemplated. It's not the square feet, but it's going to be palatial. But you can't really, I guess, judge it based on palatial. You judge it on square feet.
yeah, we're kind of judging on what's a practical number of cars going in, number of vehicles going in and out.
But if it's a tourist site, it's different than if it's not a tourist site.
True, but at some point, the warrant for a turn lane, whether it's a tourist site or a,
So you're saying it doesn't really matter how many in a week, it matters how many in an hour.
correct. And that's kind of how they did it in their studies. Not to get a lot of, and I'm not a traffic engineer, I'll admit that right off the bat, but when they looked at this site, they didn't look at the typical AM and PM trip generation for a business and so forth. They looked at the Sundays and their worship times and looked at those terms. And when did those occur during the week? On a weekend, a weeknight, and then this is what they came up with, so.
No, this shows a posted speed limit of 55 miles an hour, but it's 45 over there now.
Well, no, it's not posted. It is 55.
I believe that's right.
Is it 55?
It's unposted. We left it,
At 55?
yeah,
Okay.
we did not choose to lower it, to do a speed study and look at lowering it. That was something that we're, obviously I think is down the road. Is something that,
It's 45 north of Sector Road, 55 south of Sector.
So Seven Hills, can we just address that first? So they want to, so you're gonna require them to do the entry on both sides. And they would be interested in doing a payment in lieu of.
they were at least asking the question.
Okay,
And they asked, we didn't,
They approached us, yes,
and you have that in documentation.
yes. In an email.
and if it's your project and how you wanna manage it, then that's fine, right? Whatever you guys decide to do, but I would not be in favor of a payment in lieu of
To us.
to
If it's
us.
to the county,
Yeah,
I would be interested, not saying yes, but I'd be interested.
correct. And I don't think that we should be necessarily as into the construction space as, I think that we should try to avoid engagement in these kinds of direct contracts.
Well, I would say not avoid. I would not enter into it. So if the county's doing it, I'm willing to enter with the county. I'm
Right.
not willing to do it with a third party.
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't think that was phrased better. Not avoid, but I don't want to bind us in a way, but going into an agreement with the county and the county assuming the responsibility seems like a reasonable way to solve for the road
Right.
issues.
Right, yes. And all we're doing is paying our portion of it.
Correct.
And all this is information to be able to see if we want to work toward this as a potential decision or potential solution to where we're at. All I was looking to do was to get there, to be able to talk about this.
I would be most comfortable right now with just the information that I have, looking at it as a Seven Hills project. And because they're different builders, they're different, they wanted to be treated as distinct entities. And so I don't necessarily want to bring the project together into two different pieces, but that's mainly because I don't have the knowledge of necessarily the full amount. So if there was something in front of me to consider, and it does resolve the issue much better for the residents in the future, I'd be open to reviewing that.
So regardless of where we are with the temple, I think there's a safety issue and it makes sense to make it a safe area. So
Agreed.
if we're doing this, I think I wouldn't take it to the creek because the creek is going to be too expensive, but flaring it from the creek. Because I never liked how roads all of a sudden stop, kind of like.
Sometimes, yeah. I know what you're saying.
But I would want to have the assurance that it is a safety issue and that resolving it this way is the best way to
Yeah.
resolve the safety issue.
Yeah.
Because I also think that it should go down to 45 speed limit wise. I also think that doing what Seven Hills is doing is going to improve the safety conditions for the residents turning in and out of those developments.
I don't love going down to 55 until the roundabout at Peachville happens.
But would you say 45 is safer than 55 on Pyatt?
I would say I need a traffic study to determine what is the safest,
That's fair.
because I'm not an engineer.
Yeah,
I know what I want, but what I want is really relevant.
right, and so I don't know that the 3 lanes is necessarily the safest approach to
Well-
resolving the traffic there.
I don't know either, but I think it might be better than all of a sudden a turn that just, continuousness, it's not continuity, but having it continue, I think, is a safer thing. It's more expensive though.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that, only because that's kind of the whole purpose of the roundabouts is to cause a divergence to cause the speed to slow down. And Hyatt has been reported as being a drag strip for people just going in that straight line.
Yeah, I don't agree with your assessment of the roundabout either.
I mean, the facts are facts on that one,
Well, they have more accidents.
but they're safer accidents, less life-threatening,
So number versus impact.
safety.
No, they're both safe.
Safety. Much higher.
I've had this debate.
We all need to get that. But the point is I'm not sure that a straight 3 route road is what resolves the safety issue, but I do think that we'll get backups and things like that. And I would be curious to see what a more robust study could yield.
So, and I'm not sure, I'm not gonna agree with this at all, but
Okay.
because I don't see, home road being a drag. People don't drive real fast on home road and it's 3 lanes.
Well, I haven't heard reports specifically on Home Road either, but I have heard reports on Pyatt, and I haven't heard reports on other 55, and I think part of it has to do with the narrowness of the streets.
That's the striping.
Yes,
The striping, affects speed, right? You narrow it to make it look like
I
it's
agree
narrower
with
than
that.
it really is.
It does, it has
a calming
Potential.
effect, as they call
Yes.
it.
Yeah, but also you have to think the people who drive north of Cheshire Road is not necessarily the same people who drive south of Cheshire Road.
Well, then that kind of defeats your argument a little bit, doesn't it?
No,
Is it-
no, I'm
because of the
saying,
conditions?
because the drag strip part of Pine is north, where it's 45, it's not south.
No, it's between Cheshire and Shanahan.
When I experience it, it's to the north, it's people going to high school.
The folks that I have spoken with, particularly the subdivisions down, Old Arbor Estates, walked there, Teresa Cannon's subdivision. Teresa, Taylor's subdivision.
Oh, Oldfield.
No, Oldfield Estates. Yeah, thank you. Many people reported on their drag strip, and they said it got worse when Pike was fixed because it was smooth and nicely paved and wider.
I can believe it got worse. I don't think that's the drag strip, I think it's to the north.
Maybe both. I could accept both.
I could accept that too, but I think it's more to the north. I really do.
Well, I'm just telling you what residents there
But
spoke to me about.
but also I'm saying that the speed limit doesn't affect it should affect what people do, but it doesn't necessarily. And I've always been of an opinion that if it's too low, people will totally disregard it. It's like, for
I agree with
instance, with Curve Road, when it went down to 50, I think it lowered the speed. If it went to 45, they would have ignored it.
And let me say the speed on Pine Road. We're taking a snapshot picture right now. And as Evans Farms get built out and gets tied all the way to Lewis Center Road, it's gonna be a different road than it is right now.
You're absolutely right.
I agree with that.
The northern part gets tied to 36, 37.
I agree with that.
It's gonna be a different road.
And with more turn lanes.
The other thing is the school over there
Which one?
Beachville Crossing?
it's on the Ross property.
Yeah, that's good.
But anyhow, that wasn't there when we did the widening of, of Pyatt at that, when we widened Pyatt, that school wasn't there. Wasn't, like the school's there now. I think if we another traffic study and tried to look at the whole road as it's gonna be, we would get probably a 45 all the way through. Because I don't like to see the speed limit be 45 in one section and then 55 and then back to 45, because that just confuses everybody and nobody knows what to drive. And it creates a big issue.
That's a very fair point. I don't wanna, what I don't wanna do is, if the county is going to eventually get Pyatt Road in its totality, I wanna be able to address as a township what the issues are as it is the township road. But if it ends up becoming a county road, then it will be to the county to address that additional traffic increase in 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah, but I also hate when you do an improvement and then 5 years later it's ripped out. So I want the county to really like what it is that's done there.
Well, and that's my whole point is, do what needs to be done as it exists and it's approved today, but don't build out, let's not build out on the township dime for 10 years down the road, knowing that it's gonna be a county property and then that they can address the need at that time in accordance with what they would want. To avoid exactly what you're saying, duplication of efforts, township investment that then later, it gets turned over to the county and becomes their road. I would just want to have clear coordination on whatever improvements.
I would want coordination.
An agreement.
But I also want, if we're making it so that, I don't want to build it and then give it away, something more than we have to build. But if it helps facilitate it being given away, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because, it could be something similar to the Shanahan agreement. And that would make a lot of sense.
That's a part of what I was thinking about. The other part was the shoot thing, which I don't want to talk about. But I was just trying to get enough information to be able to think about a different plan or different way of doing things than what we're into right now.
And I don't know who represents the engineer's office at the county prosecutor.
Chris Betts is.
So maybe Chris can talk to him and see what's going on. That makes sense here.
Okay.
And Mark Powers a little bit involved too.
Yes. Okay.
Just to be clear, for this document that you provided, this is under the letterhead of IBI Group.
They did it for the temple.
Yeah, that's the.
This isn't, I would just want to be very clear, this is not what the Delaware County engineer had established.
Correct.
Okay, when you handed it to me, I thought you said that this was the study that you guys had from 2018.
Well, they had, but it's not from
Right.
them, it's from the temple.
Right. But the way that you mentioned it, I thought that this was your study, but then,
It's not our study, no.
and do you have what your study was from 2018?
We don't have a study for 2018.
No, they require the developers to follow the guidelines in determining what is necessary. But in this, who's read changes is that the counties or? is
Yes,
that theirs?
that's the counties.
And they received that.
Their traffic engineer received.
Did they respond to this?
I would have to look into that.
If you could, please. I think that would be important.
Okay.
Anything further?
Doug, do you need anything else from us for kind of getting a sense of the next steps?
I think ball's squarely in our court. And I'll get back to you.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Okay. Do you have anything else for us while we're here?
I don't, not at this point.
And I would like for one of us to be involved with discussions with the county engineer over this and the whole project situation.
So, do you feel comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with doing that, being involved in that discussion, if that's what the board wants, but I want the board involved with it. I want it to be a coordinated effort because we're not road experts, but at least I'm not. Maybe you guys are, but I'm not a road expert in knowing all of the things that need to be done there. And I'm certainly not an expert in dealing with developers and getting money from them and doing all the things that are associated, which they are. They do it all the time. But I would like to get our inputs into the situation and get the whole thing kind of put together.
But since you're the liaison, I think it would make more sense for you to do it.
I'm happy to do that, and I can do it as a liaison. I don't want to be in a position of making decisions, but I do want to be in a position of making inputs. Let me put that.
Well, and I wonder
The
too,
decision comes from this board.
how long do you anticipate this, like, is there a timeline that they want to get these improvements done? Have they expressed?
No, they haven't. It was just more, their question to us was regarding more, would the township entertain a fair share contribution?
Well, so the answer to that, I believe, the board's position is no.
No, and I relayed that back.
But if they're making the contribution to the county and the county is taking lead on the project, my answer would be yes. But they're totally, to them, it may not make a difference, but to me, it does.
Oh, I completely agree, but I would even go further to say, it's not a yes, I would support, that's between the county and the developer.
Yes.
It's what we have is between us and the county.
Yes, understood.
And
Timeframe,
But it's not just them, it's anybody.
yeah, and that's what I was going to say. And I think that needs to be clear as far as a position moving forward on the approach. And like that we will enter into agreement with the county, but that we're not the lead on these kinds of projects.
okay.
Happy to do that.
And just for the minutes, all three of us nodded,
Right.
and that won't appear in the minutes.
Consensus.
We do have consensus on that. Okay.
Oh, sorry. So what I was going to say with timing is I would actually think that maybe our new township administrator should take that up as the liaison between the county and the board, but work closer with Trustee Bullard as the roads liaison to keep some of those mechanics and keep some of the details moving forward. But I think that that's the kind of project that our administrator would really be aggregating the information and bringing it back to the board in the future.
And again, the other two trustees nodded, so we're in agreement.
Yeah. So our administrator begins March 3rd, and so I would envision you would probably work somewhat closely with her to get any of this information to us relayed, and specifically working with Trustee Board, but any decisions that we'll make will be as a board.
Should we have a phone number for her, because I want to get that out to Doug.
I have a phone number for her, yeah.
No, I mean here.
Oh, here. We will. I want to be cautious about giving out her information before she starts. So as to not be inundated with work prior to first start.
Well, I don't want her to have anything, but I want her to,
Be ready.
well, and actually to have the tools necessary when
Yeah.
she gets here.
Yeah.
Because it's not fair for her to have to deal with things and no phone.
Well, I mean, it's kind of her responsibility to deal with it now. No, I want her to have a laptop and email and a phone and access codes. Those are important things on day one to have. Minute one, day one. Yeah. So we'll do that. Get that arranged.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Okay, that takes
Thanks for bringing
us
this stuff forward.
to discuss, consider, and take action regarding damage to Township Hall. Have we received the insurance, or do we need to do anything else?
We did authorize Trustee Bullard on December 9 to sign that form. I will get together with Trustee Bullard and all the documents to get that done.
Okay.
Well, we need to go at the
Earliest
at
convenience.
our earliest convenience.
Okay, thank you.
Can
Anything else
we,
on that?
can we remove that, since it's just a signature, we've already,
Yes,
Say
let's
it.
remove it, but if there's a problem, let us know.
we're gonna remove, sorry.
Yes, we're gonna remove item 6, but if there's a problem, let us know and we'll put that on the agenda.
Because we already have done everything, and it's just,
Executed.
yeah.
Right.
Okay, fire department requisitions.
Good evening, members of the board. I have 2 requisitions tonight. The first would be 2025-019 to WW Williams in Columbus for transmission service on engine 393 in the amount of $1,067.95. There'll be no incidentals needed for this.
So moved.
Second,
Discussion. Please call roll.
Fuller.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
yes.
The second would be to JD Johnson Sales and Service for emergency upfitting for the Chevy pickup in the amount of $93.58 with 20% incidentals totaling $11,229.60.
So moved.
Second,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Rail.
yes.
That takes us then to voter issues.
The structural review, I attached the proposal to the report I sent you guys on Thursday with all this information. I've also sent it to Mr. Stocco so he can review the terms, not necessarily the proposal itself, but just the terms that are in the back. I have not gotten a response back from Mr. Stocco yet, so it will not be before the board this evening. It should be noted that this is the only company so far that's been able to complete all 3 sample sites. The only concern I have with their proposal is the site that's inside the living quarters of the firehouse. They're only able to go down 5 feet. So I'm not 100% certain that's, significant enough depth to give us the information we need. I'm going to send that information off to Criterium Liz K and see if that's going to be enough for what they would recommend with that. So we're still kind of in process, but we're getting closer to the finish line.
Thank you, Chief. Could you, I don't know if they can say for sure, but could you just ask the question if they are confident that the 5 feet would be enough?
I mean,
It seems to me that it would be, but I
it
don't.
may be all we get.
The person who comes out gave the quote.
Yeah, it may be the only one we get that is able to do that type
They
of
go that
boring.
far,
Yeah, that can go any depth there.
I had thought that we should ask Criterion, because who actually gave us the RFP.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to send it to is Criterion.
Because if it's useless, I don't want to spend money doing it.
I know, yeah,
Um,
especially tearing up the middle of the floor inside.
So,
maybe Criterion as opposed to the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to send
Because
it,
the
just to assure that that would be enough to get the information we need in that
Yeah,
area.
yeah.
because then they say, yeah, whereas Criterion is the one that's responsible.
Right. That's.
Because they haven't even been there yet, to my knowledge.
Comment on the whole thing. I was down with the chief and we were looking at the drawings and looking at the floor, that sort of stuff. The pipe that appears to be the proper pipe is under the wall. Okay, the building. You got a walkway and you got an area where the room is, but there's a wall going down between the two. The pipe appears to be underneath the wall.
In that area, yeah.
Okay, so if we get to the point of doing something there, it's gonna be a little expensive in terms of the wall and that sort of thing.
So is it easier to just move the pipe?
Pardon?
Is it easier to move the pipe?
What we're headed toward is trying to put a pipe on a solid foundation underneath, just laying under the floor. What I'm thinking is that if we said, we'll go another way and go, let's say, in the hallway or in the room, one or the other, cut a trench in the floor, and put a piece of pipe in there and mount that piece of pipe in such a way that it is attached to the concrete, not being supported by the foundation underneath, but being supported by the floor of the building. Just having it in there at that point, we avoid messing with the wall, we avoid doing all the foundation or the moorings that we need to do, that sort of stuff to get down there. And we could actually fill in underneath it with gravel or whatever we got, but it wouldn't matter because what we would do is take some brackets and put those into the floor so that the pipe is actually suspended in the floor, not laying under the floor.
No, that's fine.
There's a whole other way of attacking the problem. Now, I'm not disagreeing with the right way to do it is to go through and do the borings and all that sort of stuff. But the place where those problems would show up is if the wall was sagging. So the wall would need to sag for the floor to sag. Right now, all we've got is quite sagging. There may be a way to, and cut the pipes that's in there, just leave it in there, forget about it. Put in a new pipe, make a new connection, do that sort of stuff. Go ahead in a different way around it. It's just a thought that could be explored.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to it.
The borings and all that sort of stuff, we're into several months of trying to get something bored to the point that somebody's gonna tell us that, yeah, we've got to do a bunch of things to it, and then we've got a solid piece of dirt underneath it, maybe. But that's what we were told before. And if 5 years down the road comes back and hits us again. But if we go and figure out a way of mounting it to the floor, in the floor, then we could attack it in a different way and very well be in a much better position when we're all set up. I'm just kicking that out as a second way of thinking about this, because the way we're into it, we're working really hard, doing a lot of good things. We haven't gotten very far yet.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a long way to go on expensive projects.
If I can add on to Mr. Buller's comments, I think the boring is going to do two things. One, it's going to talk about that pipe, and especially that one in the living quarter. But the other areas we're looking at is out in the truck bays and out in the front parking lot. See if we have excessive settling in that building with the cracks that we have in the apparatus bays and things like that. So I think we need to move forward with the boring. I don't discount I think your idea is probably a valid one and probably maybe the solution to the problem with that pipe that has sagged. But I think we still need to move forward with the boring to see if we're sitting on a solid foundation or not.
I agree, as long as criteria says that 5 foot.
Yeah. And then that's just in the one particular spot. The other boring should be able to go on a schedule because they can get their drilling rig into both of the other two spots. One's in the apparatus bay, which I think we have to fight, and the other one's out front, so we shouldn't have any issues boring outside. The one in question is the one that's right outside the female's locker room, bunk room space that we're having the trouble finding somebody to be able to do it. This is the only company that said, yes, we have the equipment to do it, so. Anyway, that's where we're at with that problem.
That takes us then to SOP, SOG.
I just have I have a resolution for approval for the organizational chart. Again, I sent that in the packet, and I just have the resolution for that. If everybody's happy with the way that looks.
I don't have time to look at it, but that will
I made all the corrections you needed to.
Yeah.
And I even made the change.
Oh, good. Administrator?
Yes.
Wonderful.
On there.
Okay, and that's great, because I knew that you would have made the corrections I noted, but then later when we hired.
Handled.
Thank you.
She's in there.
So take this,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I did look at the other ones.
And then I did send you a number of other ones that are not on the agenda this evening to give you ample time to look those over. They will be on the next meeting's agenda. I think there's 11 total.
additional ones. So there's some corrections that Trustee Rail recommended
I
that
already, yeah, I've
I will make, and I'll have those for you at the next meeting. The corrections are merely procedural things that are, I use a lot of abbreviations and I don't think about the abbreviation part of it. So it's just adding titles to those abbreviations. There's really no changes to the actual document.
So, can you send this so that, the fiscal officer doesn't have to type all this?
Yeah, he should have it.
Okay. So,
All of you should have it.
so since
I
the,
believe.
fire chief has recommended, Tony, well, I'll give you a second.
If you don't, I'll send it to you tomorrow, Joe.
There's just, I get a lot of things from Chief. Here we go. It's good, it's good. Perfect. That's great.
So whereas the, well, since, the fire chief has recommended 202.02 organizational chart, I therefore move resolution for the adoption of rules, regulation, policies, procedures, or guidelines for the Berlin Township Fire Department.
Second.
Moved by the chair, second by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. That takes us then to, fire department updates.
Organizational analysis, just quick update. All the interviews were completed today with the exception of Mr. Bullard's. I'll make arrangements. I'll put you in touch with Mr. Pegram, and that way you two can figure out a time that works for both of you that you can either make a phone call, do a Zoom, get back together. He's willing to come back up. He'll be here again, so not that big a deal. Updates, I really don't have many activities for the last couple of weeks as it's been, pretty cold and whatnot. We haven't been out doing a whole heck of a lot other than running calls. They did complete 51 hours of training in the last couple of weeks. We did do 16 fire inspections and 1 plan review, 30 calls for service. You can read those at your leisure, 8 mutual aid given and 2 received. I do have a couple of items that are not on the agenda if it pleases the board. Well, I'll begin with bad news. I have a resignation from Joel Hubbard. He's one of the full-time firefighters we hired in November. He is relocating with his fiance to a different state and is unable to continue employment with us. So he's resigning. His last shift will be 2/16/25. So his resignation will be effective at 8 a.m. on February 17th, I believe. And let me confirm that just to be safe. Yeah. No, that's January. Never mind. I'm looking at January. Yes, his resignation will be effective at 8 a.m. on February 17th.
I move that we accept Joel Hubbard's resignation effective February 17th, 8 a.m.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
On a bit of good news, I can now let the cat out of the bag because it's not a secret anymore. I had nominated one of our firefighters, Jacob Shaw, for an award through Box 15, named after Brett Barber. Box 15, if you're not familiar, is a rehab organization that provides on-scene support to firefighters in Franklin and surrounding counties. They come up here and help us out when we have fires, providing drinks, cooling, heating, those types of things. They're a fantastic organization. I can't say enough about Box 15. They do basically it's a firefighter of the year, excellent firefighter type of award. They do one for the city of Columbus and then one for what they call a county, or there are other organizations around Columbus. And Jacob Shaw was chosen as the county firefighter of the year. So we'll be attending the Columbus Firefighters Banquet on February 14th, Valentine's Day. Where he will actually receive the award, but he was notified last week that he'll be receiving it. So he was quite surprised. So,
That is fantastic. It would be really nice if we could have a social media post.
yes, we will do that now that all the cats. I really don't want to do anything until he actually gets the actual award.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, once that happens, I'll do a press release with photos and all of that. That'll actually go out to the news folks, and social media and things like that. So absolutely.
And an article for the newsletter.
Yes.
Did you
do
say
that?
Fox 15, is that what I mean?
Box 15, BOX.
BOX.
Yep. They're a rehab organization. Like I said, I can't say enough about Box 15. They're a fantastic group of folks. So. And then I have one last request for an executive session, if it pleases the board, to discuss pay and benefits of a public employee.
So, we can do that now. Does the board have any other items for executive session?
If we're going to be in that item, I have an item to discuss on that.
Do you like to make a motion?
Sure. Move to recess in an executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22G1. Discussion concerning a compensation, hiring, firing, discipline, public employee.
Second? And who would be invited?
This would be for the chief, fiscal officer, and the board.
Moved by trustee Grail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. We are in executive session.
You ready, Jeff?
Yes.
I move that we return to regular session from executive session. Moved by chair, second by trustee Bullard. Discussion, please call the roll.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Rail?
Yes.
Bullard?
Yes.
No decisions we were in executive session and no decisions were made, no actions taken. Do we want to, do any, personnel issues now or later?
I'll address mine under zoning.
That takes us to road department, road salt.
Okay, three or four things. Road salt requisition, we do not have a road salt requisition here because the county had suggested that we, because of the salt exchange and stuff, that we order some salt. And we were going to do that, we just haven't been able to figure out from the county who we're going to be buying it from, whether it will be from Anderson Trucking or from, the county. So we didn't know who to do that, that's why we're going to have a salt requisition.
But we have plenty of salt still, right? We're not at risk of running out.
We've got, the county, we shouldn't be a problem. That's easy.
Sounds good.
And going-
That's all I get.
We don't want to.
Okay, that takes us to,
The fuel tank requisition.
fuel tank, yes.
Okay, what you got in front of you is the tank, fuel tank requisition for $12,680. And what we would like to do, and as Jesse was talking to Hamilton Tanks, they've got tanks right now, but what we're concerned about is, and they said we could purchase the tank, leave it there until we use it, and then we can get it. The thing is, if we don't purchase it, they may sell out what they've got in their inventory, and they don't know who they can replace the inventory. So that's the reason we have a requisition for a quote and a requisition for Hamilton tanks for a new fuel tank for the diesel fuel.
So,
Go ahead.
so approximately how much use of it will be from the fire department in your opinion?
Fire department uses more diesel fuel than we do, than the road department.
So should this be split
Considerably.
50-50?
Pardon?
Should it be 50-50, 75-25? What should the split be?
We haven't figured out what that split is yet. We need to get, Jeff to help us out. Look at the number of gallons and a couple, 3 gallons. So
So you want this approved, but the funding will be based on the history of fuel as to how much comes out of fire and the rest.
That's where I was. And we were doing the same thing when we moved down there and all that stuff.
So is it all, so it's roads, but it would be general fund roads because zoning uses some of it too. And if it comes out of general fund, it doesn't really matter if it came out of. But if it's gas and license plate tags, that would matter. But if it's from the general fund,
It doesn't matter in that part.
okay.
We should be clear on that, but what we want to do is just get the tank, leave it right at Hamilton tanks until we get our
Okay,
program.
but you'll have to determine that usage before you can write the PO so that,
So that we don't have operational.
so do you have a motion?
Yep. I make a motion that we approve, the requisition dated January 22nd, 2025. And it's requisition number 1, Jan, to Hamilton Tanks in the amount of $12,680. So moved.
Second? Moved by trustee Ford, seconded by, the chair. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail?
Yes.
Bullard?
Yes.
O'Brien?
Yes. Okay, so that takes us to snow plowing and salt
Okay,
policies.
now you've got in front of you two different documents. One which is an SOP or a standard operating procedure. And then the second one is summary document as to how we wrote the SOP and why we wrote the SOP and when we did it and that sort of stuff. The operating procedures is what we would plan on using. I'd like to have the selling of that, or at least the background information on it. And it's a memo from me to all of you.
Mhm.
But the SOP, I would like to get the approval And that's the reason we got two different documents. It would be nice to combine the two, but I think the selling part is, or at least the background part, probably that doesn't need to be in the procedure.
I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I did mention to, Jesse, it's great documents, great knowledge. I would like to have, it cleaned up a little bit for the version that goes to the residents, post on the website. And as part of that, one of the things I noticed in there is we may as well take the opportunity to clarify that if it's a road that has not been turned over to the township or the subdivision, we do not maintain those roads. And I think I saw a description in what you provided, Trustee Bullard. I didn't see one in the standard operating procedures. So whatever we say, I just want to make it a little bit more resident friendly, clean it up, put it online, and that way we have it also spelled out to the residents with a little bit more clarification for them.
Okay, and
But it's very comprehensive. It's really good.
there's another document, maybe I should combine it with this.
Mhm.
It's called the sales document, that was about, roads and touring roads, so actually it was an article in the newsletter.
Yeah, like, so that would be good because if we're gonna say to residents, like, here's how we maintain the roads, right?
Mhm.
Right out of the gate, they think, well, you guys can do that, well, it hasn't been turned over to us yet. And so I think that should be almost the first thing
Sure.
within a document to residents. If it is a township road, please note, it takes time for roads to be turned over from subdivisions to townships. In some cases, if it has been turned over,
Well, the way I would phrase it, perhaps, is that it's not a township road until it's been turned over.
but my question, their question may be, how do I know if it is or is not a township road?
The only way they really truly know is go to the county commissioner's minutes.
Yeah, that's, and if you've got a
Or they
specific,
contact their builder, right?
Well, the builder may or may
May or
not
may
tell
not
the
provide.
truth.
the only way you really know is to call the road director
Yeah,
and just ask him. And
yeah.
he'll know right off the top of his head. And the other guys will too, as time goes on.
Well, I'm wondering also if we shouldn't have some running list that is available to residents of what we know are our roads currently. And maybe post that once a year or something like that when we find out.
But they
We
sometimes,
just voted on it, which was the
Yeah,
mileage certificate.
like once a year, do that.
but they may get a little confused on where it needs to be spelled out. For instance, like Wolves and Pike. Well, part of Wolves and Pike is ours, but part of it is not.
Mm,
And that may confuse them.
Yeah,
You said Wolves and Pike, well, but not that part.
right, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, because we're trying to make it easy so that they have the information accessible to them, but if it's 0.2
Yeah,
miles
that's what
of,
being the commissioner
Yeah.
is 0.2, and they can't measure that.
Yeah.
In fact, I sometimes think those measurements are not accurate,
Mm,
because sometimes they may be accurate, but they're not consistent. Some of the measurements are from the center of the intersection, and some of it is from the road right-of-way of the intersection,
Mhm.
which on Rolls and Pike can be a huge difference, because where the intersection is in the center of that peanut versus where the road right-of-way of Berlin Station is considerably
mhm,
different.
mhm,
So, but 0.22 miles.
Probably 150 feet
mhm,
from
Yeah.
the difference in each direction.
mhm.
So people may or may not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is I'd like to pass this, so, and then we'll come back with a revision adding about the.
That's fine. That's fine, and that's just the SOP, and then, either you or Jesse can do whatever you wanna have to go out to residents.
Sure.
I think he mentioned we could work on that.
And what we tried to do was to use, we put the distances that we would salt based on the speed limits that are there.
Mhm.
In other words, in the subdivisions, we salt as if people are driving 25 miles an hour. And we're not salting as if they're driving 55 miles.
That's great.
And so that was why we put in the distances that we did. We put distances in as opposed to safe distances and that, so that clarifies, it makes it really easy for everybody.
Yeah, but I do like in your version, I really do like your points about the salt and those kinds of things. I know that doesn't have to be part of SOP, but I want to make sure that those documents stay together because I think that background is really important.
Yeah, to anybody that's not familiar with it.
Yeah.
This is what the law is.
Yeah.
So you have a motion?
Okay, I have a motion that we approve the Berlin Township Road Department SOP number 1 dated 1/13/2025 snow and ice control determining priority roads and that the so moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Real. Discussion? Please call the roll. O'Brien, yes. Real.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes, and then I would like to add the memo that I sent to everybody as notes to go into the minutes of the meeting, so that it's the minutes of the meeting, so that we can move forward. Okay.
And have you given that to the,
I don't think there's a motion for that at
No.
no, but have you given it so that he doesn't have to
all. I
copy?
will.
I mean, we could do a motion to approve it as an exhibit.
If it's just, printed, do you have a problem with that, fiscal officer Jordan?
I'm wondering, is it part of the policy here?
It was an email that,
Oh, is
yeah,
it
you should have, yeah, it's part of what.
Starts out with
Jesse's-
all, I would like to discuss the two.
That's it.
Okay, yeah, I've got both the policy and that. So
Are they included in the minutes?
I do have it.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Anything else for roads?
Well, sure, I'm forgetting something. It comes away out.
Okay,
Nothing.
so do I have a motion to go into executive session? For pending amendment regarding,
Yes,
Sometimes.
I would also like to discuss, economic development too. Which one is that?
8.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't remember.
Move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22 G3, for pending, imminent legal action, and G8, discuss, matters of economic development. With, the board, fiscal officer Jordan and Chris Renner present.
Second, moved by trustee Real, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call roll.
Bullard.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. We are in executive session. I move to return to regular session from executive session.
Second.
Motion by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion, please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
We were in executive sessions, no decisions made, no actions taken. I think we're ready to move on to cemetery, are we?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, though, I would like to perhaps, allocate, set amount of dollars to have, Reinhardt Legal Services engage with, BZA.
Okay, to appropriate,
Yeah, so, move to appropriate, $5,000 for purposes of Reinhardt Legal Services working with BZA. And, oh, sorry.
second. Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion.
And we had already allocated $5,000 at the start of the year, so that would bring it to a total of $10,000.
Thank you for the clarification. Further discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Okay, that takes us now to cemetery. Evergreen fence removal repair,
Nothing new at this point.
sexton duties.
Nothing new at this point.
Okay, that takes us to any other cemetery items? Okay, that takes us to fiscal officer items.
We've got a payment list, looks like we're working on that.
Okay, so I move that, just give me a second. I move that we approve payments number 32649 through 32655 inclusive, and 32657 through 32679 inclusive. Positive pay file report dated 1/26/2025 at 3:01 p.m. from the amount of $40,552.05.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Board. Discussion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the one check that is in question is on there is to IWORQ, IWORQ. I'm not certain if that's the correct amount, so I'm gonna hold on sending that check until I have confirmation from zoning department personnel or from trustee Rail that that is the correct amount to send. If it's not the right amount, I will void that check and make a correct check. If that's the correct amount, I'll send it.
Further discussion? Please call the roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Bullard.
yes.
Rail.
Yes.
That takes us to 2024 end of year progress.
Just about done. I've got to get a couple more things in boxes. I do have to get out the, W-2s. No, the 1099s. I gotta get out the 1099s. And there is one, nitro, for the people that, we didn't wanna pay $2,800 or whatever it was to put for their fix on the roof. They've never sent me a W-9. I've sent them 2 requests for a W-9. I'm gonna give it another day or so, and they're just not gonna get a 1099 if I don't, how can I send a 1099 if I don't have a TIN? Other than that, pretty much got it done.
Okay, so W-2s coming from HR Butler,
Come from HR Butler.
and that's anticipated
So I think they're actually, yes, it is. I think you can actually get on and
Are they sending them also?
let me find out.
Because I've
I
often
think they have to
wondered,
send them, don't they?
I've often wondered how when people are no longer employed, we turn off their access to their emails, correct?
Right.
I actually have
I
a
think
link.
they just mail them to Lasso.
Because I would like mine mailed to me as well if they aren't mailing them. I don't know how the law speaks to that. Anything else in regards to end of year progress?
No, sir.
Okay, that takes us to trustee items, township administrator updates.
Pleased to share that Ms. Aubrey Hale has accepted the position of Township Administrator and will be beginning on March 3rd. And so we can remove the Township Administrator from the agenda items at this time.
So if you'll remove that, that'd be great. I did chat with her today, actually, for a little bit of time, but just chatted and made sure that she wasn't working. It was by her request, and she also said, no, that I am chatting with you and I'm taking this in, but I'm not going to do anything until March 3rd. And I said, that's great, because that's when you should do it.
Excellent, very good. And you did make her aware that there would be a list for her waiting on day one. Sure.
Well, I gave her my list, but she made clear that she wasn't working on it. And I said, that's my intention as well.
Would you like to send your listing along to the board and I'll send mine and you can send yours and we can kind of have a good working list? Because I also have like the employee handbook updates. I've just been kind of stacking them.
So I did tell her the number one priority I felt needed to be addressed immediately is the fiber. Because I said, I want to make sure that if it needs to be boosted. Not that we're oopsing, but people who have called oops, that they know the fiber is there. So that to me is a priority, because if somebody cuts into that, we're gonna have to repair it. They call oops and we haven't done what we need to do. So, and then I talked about some of the other issues and I asked her about the fiber and I kind of referred to the priority.
Yeah, and I think Jesse had mentioned that too, because he was working with Eric and he said,
Which are,
Eric at IT Mabreel. And I said, you know, since he's facilities director too, well, if you want to figure out how to get it from the line connected in, then kind of everything internally we can kind of work from. So right now it's just out there waiting.
which is useless.
Yeah, so,
Oh,
I
it's
think
in
he's,
here. It's just not connected.
yeah, it's here.
Mhm.
He said there was something out there.
There's nothing out there.
Okay.
It came this way.
Hmm.
They cut the cable out there.
Oh, is that what, maybe he was,
That's what made me think, oh, oops.
yeah,
Well, they didn't oops it.
yeah.
I drove in the day that they were doing it, there was no flags or anything around there. What they had called.
Hmm.
Who was it that cut it, do you know?
I saw them working.
Was it the Rose? I mean,
Big guys, big guys with a white truck.
It was not, I didn't think it was county, it had no county, it looked like it was like a private.
because that would have, they would have to get a permit through the county to get on the county road. They'd have to get a permit from the county to the township road too.
I should have asked them.
Okay, natural disaster mutual aid for townships.
I'm going to be bringing this up to, the DCTA Legislative Committee on February 4th. So, I know we had talked about some questions that we had. I'm consolidating what the other folks on the DCTA LC have, and then I'll be sending a kind of more comprehensive question list to Chris Betts and I'll copy Tony on it. So you can keep that on there and I'll have an update for next meeting.
Could you, at some time, when you're talking with Heidi,
Mm-hmm.
just, see if there's some way to either streamline or pick up the legislative things that need to occur, townships could really use, that, how's the best way to make it happen? You know, we could call Brian, but Brian's not gonna do much, I don't think, without the OTA and a bunch of other people come along and saying, hey, it makes sense to do that sort of thing.
Right.
And is this the way to do it, what you're doing with the legislative thing from County Township Association?
Mhm.
Just to make sure that we're all headed in the same direction, the right way, and getting what we need.
Are
Yeah,
you saying Brian Lorenz?
no, Brian, what do you mean Brian Lorenz, or what do you
Yeah,
mean
Brian.
Brian at OTA?
Well, I'm thinking Brian, the representative,
Yeah, that's Lorenz.
Okay, Lorenz.
And that's Lorenz. Now,
yeah, right.
interestingly, not all Berlin Township is Brian Lorenz. So we
No,
can
sure.
also contact
Bethany.
Beth Lear. And her territory of Berlin Township is very small, but still she's in it.
Mhm.
It's the islands that are surrounded by the city that are Beth Lear's territory. So on Cheshire Road, Glen Road,
Mhm.
I thought Beth Lear was like Berkshire and that sort of stuff.
she is,
Okay, so she's over there,
but she's over here.
and
They took Orange away from her and they gave her all the north. She goes clear to Union County now. So she's Harlan Township, she's Scioto Township.
Fascinating.
It is interesting how they divided up, and it was actually to her benefit.
Yeah, it
Brian
was,
Lorenz's deficit, because he had a tight race, but that's, that's, he won,
Yeah.
and so we need to respect the voters' vote.
Yeah.
Okay,
And yeah, we should certainly chat with Heidi and our two representatives to see what is the best way to go about doing these things,
I mean, the cemetery stuff, any of that sort of stuff. We need some sort of
Yeah,
back door or a door or a window or something that we could put it into.
I agree. Okay.
that takes us to Tiff Alvarez and Alvarez.
Yeah, I think, I had an update, I received a note, from Mr. Carr, and we should be, well on our way with the TIF for Buckeye Swim Club. Also gonna bring up, and have brought up, the JED agreement as well. I think coupling those together will be important. Also would like to work with Albers and Albers on, initiating, a revision to our current TIFs, and so move to appropriate $10,000 to Albers and Albers for the purposes of TIF agreements, TIF and JED agreements.
I second. Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion?
I believe we had 5.
Yes.
So that'll make a total of 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
So that covers the JED options as well?
Yeah.
Okay, Parks and Trails Committee update?
So, we do have another interested candidate. I've not received the application, but this would bring the committee to, I believe, 7 again. Dan from Evans Farms has, been attending the Parks and Trails Committee meeting and, presented, I was in attendance,
I was or wasn't?
I was in attendance, And he presented the prospect of donating 10 acres of land to create a Berlin's first township park. This would be the parcel directly across from the North Road Shanahan intersection, and also appeared to be working with some of the committee members on a master plan for bikes and trails and multi-use paths and some other items primarily across Evans Farm, but connecting in with the rest of Berlin Township. And I did bring up that we had the Morpsey report and that we had recommendations that the committees were. And the way that it was described was that the the work that Morpsey did, that they were more like general recommendations, which is true, that is what we wanted. Whereas, what he wanted to do with the Parks and Trails Committee, per Trustee Bullard's alignment, is what he indicated, was that he wanted to really, look at Evans Farm and get very specific, and then start applying for grants to connect different areas. And so I did make clear that, you know, that we don't pay for a parks department. We don't have a levy. We don't have, trails currently in the road right of way. We don't maintain them. And everyone was very clear on that. Question of a levy did come up, and so maybe that would be something in a year or two, that if there seemed to be appetite and that's what the people want to vote for, we could put it on the ballot. And if it fails, it fails. But I want to go in eyes wide open about this, because there's a lot of time and effort being put into what I took to be a very detailed master plan for trails.
So let me throw you a curveball.
Yeah.
What if TIF's paid for some of that? Not some of it, all of it.
So Evans Farms is county TIF, right?
It is. But if the TIF area is benefiting from what they're
Then
going to do.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that that location makes the most sense for a township park, but I don't know if there's other, they would have to come in for a change of plans, because they have houses planned to get there.
Yes, they do. And I don't know what this is before me, but you all have copies. And it's a consideration, trustees to determine if major or minor during day TBD. And I looked at it because I wondered if they were bringing that in now.
No.
And this is not.
No, this is changing this.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, we said, when they came into that hearing, that if you're changing this, you gotta change this.
Mm-hmm.
But now they've got a problem because they're changing this without changing that.
Yeah.
It needs to be simultaneous.
And then this is the location.
Because I'll have the same
This
argument.
is the
You
location.
can't do this without that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to discuss the merits of it yet.
Yeah.
I have some questions.
Well, we'll need to set a date tonight to consider major minor, which we can just do the next meeting and be prepared for this, but I'm not,
You mean we can set the date tonight?
yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm saying we can do it next meeting, because this is this major or minor.
Right.
But I'm not clear that we have enough, that I even have enough information to determine if it is major or minor, because based on what I'm seeing, I don't even,
What's changing the character? That's a major.
I didn't even really, if it's a change in use, that to me changes the character, and
It's changing the use of where?
that's the question that I have, because I don't,
Well, the map shows you where.
well, no, but it's not from the original application.
This part along here didn't have it out. And they moved in a whole bunch of houses.
Yeah, so this is the thing, from the original application, this is PCD. I mean, this is commercial,
Commercial.
yeah.
But it's not. They changed the shape of it. They flattened. That's what it is. Then it's what do they change it to? That. Is what's.
Okay, got it.
And this is walkable to me, this is not. That's why it's a change in character.
And originally the road used to go this way.
Well, but if this, so this is 43
It's the
acres.
same on the acreage.
If well, we'll talk about it when we get there, but if the change of the shape of this is due to the roads, then and it doesn't change the density and it doesn't change, then that could still potentially be considered minor in my view, but we'll have to discuss it when we get, but I still need more information because I'm not really seeing, and then if you're talking about changing the character,
To me,
we have to
walkability is the
understand
issue.
what's going on.
So if they can prove to me that it's as walkable,
Mhm.
okay, so maybe I don't have enough information. I just look at that and I'm seeing roads that you can't cross.
Right,
So to me, it's not walkable, whereas it used to be. It's now a county road, it's not a township road. It's a little, we're not having a neighborhood, we have the Jennings.
Mhm.
The whole character has changed to me. But that to me makes it a major, but you're right, I don't really have enough information. If they can prove to me that it's a walkable community, then it's not a change of character.
right. I mean, well, it'll be interesting, and I don't have enough information myself, so I'm gonna ask for more information if they wanna present it. And do we want to have somebody present, representation-wise?
I think that would be smart.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay. So going back to your question about parks,
About being paid for,
TIF paid for, but also you're saying the location,
you know.
and so they're gonna have to come in and bring a total change plan. And, because if they're taking away houses from there, where are they gonna put them? We get back to the same questions that we've been in.
So why is it that they all of a sudden want to do this? Because when they came in originally, we told them, no, I'm not interested in actually taking it over, because they offered it once before.
Does Dan know that they offered it before?
He was the one that offered it.
Okay.
He and,
Tony?
Tony.
Okay.
I don't know.
It sounded like some things Tony spoke to the township about, Dan has indicated that he wasn't privy to. So I'm not sure,
He
you
may
know.
have been busy when he was here, well, because Tony suggested it, but he was here.
Okay.
And, you know, people do drift off. I mean,
Yeah.
because it was a very long hearing.
It's really easy to drift off in our meetings. Right now, this is bedtime drift. Okay, so we have, so I don't know. I guess the point is I'm not exactly sure what, I went and I attended and I observed. I made some comments about our general position as a board. And I'm not exactly sure where it's going.
Did he say what kind of parks he wanted?
He wanted to discuss that further with the committee in the next meeting. He said that he reached out to Preservation Parks, and Preservation Parks is not interested because they don't deal with that small of territory. And
There must be a reason they don't want to take care of it. Because originally it was supposed to be a place that Old Tangi agriculture could come and, you know,
Mhm.
the horses were going to be there. You know, because Delaware County is an equine county and it was going to be really good for the agriculture.
yeah,
There was going to be a barn there.
and now it sounds like they would like to hear the input of what the Parks and Trails Committee would want, and I said, well, bring forward your recommendations and we'll
Can I
consider them as a board.
throw you another curveball?
Mhm.
If Orange were willing to go in on a Y, I could see us putting a Y there because it would benefit Orange as much as it would benefit us. It's right on the border. And we would benefit because Orange has a big tax base. And so I could see that be a win-win on our territory. And
You are blowing my mind tonight with your suggestions, and they're super creative. What do you think about that?
I've got my own suggestions.
You guys are, yeah, I mean, I'm like, that never, the words coming out of your mouth is creative. It's creative, and it's just,
Well, he's close to the end of his term.
yeah, that's what happened.
I'm gonna be creative. I'm not- Green, isn't it?
Next, are you gonna say you want a pool in the community?
Well, that could be in the Y.
There you
I
go.
do not want a separate pool, but if it were in the Y, you know. But then the Buckeye Swim Club might not want that.
By the way, the Dan we've been talking about here is Dan Griffin, right?
Dan Griffin, yeah.
But that's only if Orange would want it, because otherwise it doesn't make sense to have a park there, in my view. But it ties into me being walkable, because people walk to the Y, you know, if the trail goes there, and we have interconnected trails, Orange benefits, we benefit. But if it's just us doing it, I'm anti.
Well, there's the old Ken. I think there's still benefit to it being a park because the trail, you know, that we'll have the multi-use path on the other side, and then they can just cross the street right there.
Yeah,
And there's the middle school is right there, and there's tons of,
yeah, but our kids don't go there.
yeah, some of our kids go to
Very,
Shanahan.
very few. And when the next middle school is, none of them.
And then Evans Farms, let's assume that there's all kinds of walkability still going on at Evans Farms, and that there's a direct path to the park.
If you can get those walkability, that's where you
To the
start,
park, yeah.
well, the whole community.
Yeah.
Uh,
But you want, the
And-
park needs to be connected to it.
So I want the bridge over the railroad.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
You get that bridge over it.
No, you can't say that because you know that bridge is not gonna go.
But how are they gonna walk on the other side? To me,
Well, there's still hundreds of houses on the, west side of
you
the
got
park.
the old Ken now.
Well, there's no decisions. I'm just putting it on you guys' radar because I was actually a little bit surprised. And I'm happy that Dan took your suggestion up, was working with the Parks and Trails Committee. And like we said, what we wanted is, if you're taking away amenities, like you have, what are you bringing back of value? And
Yeah,
I think that's
but
what
if
we're
they're-
trying to do.
Unloading their,
Burden on to us.
yes, taking care of their green space and really not benefiting the township. I don't want to go anywhere near that. But if, like I said, Orange went in on it, because they were going to do a Y, remember?
Yeah.
And that dealt with the walkability. And I wouldn't have paid for one at Lewis Center Road, but if it had been in Orange Township where Jennings Parkway is, I
Sure.
would have actually
Mhm.
been okay with that if it was shared between, the cost was shared equally, but not equally.
Proportionally.
Equitably. Proportionally.
Yeah.
And there was some money that came up in a grant for walkability over railroad tracks or doing that sort of thing.
Do you know what grant it was?
But Morpsey had mentioned it, but it was a this year thing and it was a typical, you got 2 weeks to fill out your forms and all that.
Which means somebody already had all the paperwork ready, and then they were gonna make it available to everybody. Oh, it's fair to everybody, so here's the one application.
We only got one application. But what it says is maybe next year they'll do the same thing, and what you gotta do is you just gotta get the plan in place and put it on the shelf and wait until somebody comes with a grant, or get somebody convinced that it's a grant, and maybe Dan can help to get somebody convinced.
Yeah.
And that was what I was trying to do, was
And
they've
see,
got a lot of political.
I was impressed by his desire to help out and offer up his connections.
so even if they didn't build it, it needs to be available to build, so if a grant came.
Mhm.
So that's why I'm concerned about what they're proposing, or what they did propose. I don't know what they're going to propose when we talk major minor.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And the thing is, if they go ahead and suck up all the land along the railroad track, you can't put a bridge, unless you go buy the land back.
Mhm.
But they can plan for a place to put a bridge over the railroad tracks or a tunnel under the railroad tracks.
Mhm.
And they can make provisions for that and make the space available. Doesn't have to be used, but at least it's there for future use. And it could be part of the homeowners association or green space or whatever. Keep that in the plan forever.
Right.
You know, and then we got a potential of being able to do it. If they ever
Build along, build up to, then there's not even a potential yet.
build a wall along there, it makes it impossible to do anything.
Yeah.
And that's what I was trying to get, was just to get
Well-
to the point that they'll do something.
And the concern that I had before too was that they said they were going to do it. Did you make application? Did you talk to the rail? They didn't do any of that. So that made me feel like,
It was just smoke,
Perfunctory from the app, yeah, just smoke.
smoke and mirrors. So that's what I was trying to do, was to get, and the reason to get them to work, because I know you guys are working on it hard, but it's gonna take working with those kind of people in order to be able to get it done.
And I agree, and I did appreciate his effort that he was putting into it, and he had PowerPoints and he had done some work, and he doesn't have to.
It will make his development better.
Yeah,
well, that's the whole thing about the walkability. It really was a good community that they had presented. I just want them to build what they said.
what they said, exactly. And at the very least, understand what the changes are and the impact to the community.
Well, to make equal amenities.
Yeah.
And walkability. It doesn't have to be exact, but snout houses ain't gonna do it.
Okay. Did you have any ideas you wanted to make
Well,
sure?
one that I wanted to bring up was, we got a letter, I think we all got it, Ken, you answered it, was the guy asking about swimming pool. And, you gave him a correct answer and all that sort of stuff. I would like to give him a lot more different twist answer, which is, Orange Township's got 30,000 residents, they got, a whole bunch of things that we're comparing apples and oranges as far as comparing the two. And get him to the point that he's understanding that, but maybe he can get that understanding through more people in the community and get it to the point that we could do something. We get to the point of being able to do something. And that was on the pool thing. I'm not saying, I'm not for or against the pool.
Yeah, we did.
Here's, because I mean, I see the pluses, but I see it better in a wide kind of situation, and it doesn't have to be wide, we always use the term.
Yeah, but I know.
They can't staff the one that's in Liberty Township. That pool's closed a lot because they don't have lifeguards. So it does no good to have a pool if it's not staffed, because it's closed. And you can't open it if there's no lifeguard.
You know, but it costs a lot of money to eat it.
So, I mean, I worry about building something that's unusable. And if you don't have staffing available, that's a real problem.
If you look at the one that's at the source point, I like to call it the old folks home, but the source point, okay, there's one there, but it's always down. I mean, the number of times that it's down and unusable it's amazing. And it's not like it's unusable for 4 hours or 8 hours. It's, we can't use it this week or next week. And those sorts of things, because they've just got problems and running. You get people there that know how to run a swimming pool. And running a swimming pool is a big deal.
It's huge. I mean, it's huge. I don't know that Orange knew what they were undertaking initially. And it's taken them years to get out of.
Do you know that the board that approved that disappeared fairly soon after it was built?
Oh, interesting. Well, I would be in favor if we had a levy in which we clearly communicated, if you vote for this, this is what we will work to get, and then we work to get that. But I don't want to put the burden on the taxpayers without them actually voting to approve it.
But I am in total agreement, but I also want them to know that if it's not staffed, it won't be, and they're maybe less likely, because they're gonna say, I paid for it, I'm coming.
Right.
Well, you can't come if nobody will lifeguard you.
Mm-hmm.
And they need to know that, look around the communities around, because it's not just Liberty that has that issue.
Right.
Lifeguards seem to be at a premium, and I'm not sure why exactly.
Well, it's because in Columbus, they've got a huge problem with lifeguards. I mean, if you take a job, it used to be a kid who's a lifeguard, good
Right.
tan and all that stuff. And it ain't that way. You almost need a gun to be able to go in there and be a lifeguard. Because kids don't want to do what you tell them to do, don't want to do it, that sort of stuff, they'll threaten you.
It's very
All
stressful.
kind of problem. So a lot of the kids who could be lifeguards, and people who could do it, ain't touching them. Just because they don't want, the parents don't want to get them mixed up in this whole thing.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of that going on.
So thanks for thinking about.
Yeah, certainly.
But
Great ideas. I appreciate it. And I will get with Dan and just mention, I think the TIF is a great idea, why, just kind of, and I'll just kind of softball it and say, we were talking about these, there's nothing.
And it might be interesting to know what oranges we and going together.
Yeah.
There was a time that the Y wanted us to, we had the Y here, were you, trustee at the time?
they had well,
When we had the Y come in here and present,
I know we talked about it, I know we talked about it several times.
but when the Y representatives came,
Yeah, they came, they talked about it.
so where they wanted it was on Berlin Station Road, really next to the city of Delaware.
Mm,
And, that's not really where I loved it, but it wasn't the location that made sense. I mean, it needs to be centrally located in the township, if it's the township. But if it's with orange, it needs to be like it's orange.
Yeah.
And I would be okay with that up over on
road corner.
Plum Road area. So if it was
Yeah.
Genoa.
Berkshire,
Orange,
Genoa,
Berkshire,
Orange, yeah.
And Sunbury.
Sunbury, yeah.
It doesn't have to be in Berlin because we're only paying a small portion of it, but it would benefit all the communities, and I think that would be great.
We are only paying a small portion. They seem to think that we need to pay the most portion.
We would pay proportionally.
Yeah. I don't even know if I ever there wasn't a question in it. They just proposed that we were gonna pay the most. So I never replied, you know what I mean? Because there's no way we would pay that much. It was like,
That's right, but that didn't include Genoa or Orange, it was just Berkshire, Sunbury, and us, right?
I thought it included Genoa.
How would Genoa think we would pay the most? I don't see
Maybe
that.
it was just Sunbury and Berkshire in the initial
Seems to me
meeting.
like they wanted to build one over on Blue Center Road too. There was a,
Yes.
Delaware and, Orange wanted to build one over there and get us to participate in it.
That's what they wanted us to pay for the one here on Berlin Station Road and the one down there,
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Orange thinks. So I will be speaking with at least one of the trustees this week and the other trustee next week. So, and
Let me come back to the guy about the, swimming pool. I'm not so concerned about that particular guy, but I'd like to take those people, because there's a bunch of them, where we get these calls and questions and answers, and people are communicating with us. We need to use all those people to help us.
have some clear communication talking.
Yeah. So I would appreciate you, saying we discussed it and we'd like to,
Elaborate.
elaborate, yeah.
I'm just gonna elaborate some.
The other thing is moving forward, I think this will be a real specialty of Aubrey's. Because she's a great communicator, and so she can also take these points and really help us in it's not PR, it's, our communication of these things to be advocates and then say the same thing to everyone who writes in. Whereas right now, we kind of jump in where we can. So
Right.
she's gonna bring that consistency in messaging.
And so I think that's important, but it's not first priority.
No. Yeah. I mean, but ongoing, that's gonna be a real
Well,
strength.
because she will bring that, it won't be, a huge, time killer because she'll have already addressed it as
Yeah.
flowed.
But if you can write something up now and respond, then what we can do is kind of go through the things that you write up.
And then, I was thinking of writing something up for the swimming pool. But what it needs to be is, that needs to be the beginning of it, and just keep adding to it as we go along, and take out the parts that don't apply anymore, but, make it like, think of it like a data sheet.
Yeah.
We've got a swimming pool data sheet, okay, this is what we gotta think about when we're talking about swimming.
Yeah. It's very complex, for sure. Yeah, okay, great. That's all for Parks and Trails update.
Well, that was short. Okay, that takes us to Brochus Johnson Briggs, fee schedule.
We allocated funds. I don't know that we've signed anything.
It was the same thing. We did,
Was it just a recognition of it, or does it mean?
no, we allocated 5,000 Brochus Johnson and Griggs for general zoning and to appropriate 5,000 for that purpose. Point Brochus Johnson and Griggs for general zoning and appropriate 5,000 for that purpose. I somehow missed a handful of the lawyer appropriations that we did in the organization.
That's fine,
So I'll
for
go
the-
back through
No
and-
problem. But the fee schedule, I think that they sent it and somebody needs to sign it. That's not a resolution. I
Oh.
think that was an email maybe she sent along for somebody to sign.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. I move that we appoint trustee Rail to execute any documents necessary in regards to any of the fee schedules of attorney firms that we have appropriated monies for.
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay.
I think that needs to go as to the administrator,
Okay.
and then in the long run.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
Yeah.
what I want to do is, I want to get the administrator managing all
All
of our,
contracts.
all of our
Yeah, I
contracts.
agree.
And when I talk to people, I talk to zoning, I talk to roads, and everybody's got something going on at the prosecutor's office. And there ain't a whole lot coming out of there. And I want her to help manage that.
I completely agree.
I think we're all in agreement. Yeah, because then she can prioritize. Okay, Mr. Stockwell, this is our first priority. This is urgent, this is important.
And have a voice meeting every Monday morning
Yeah.
or whatever.
A regular standing
Let's
meeting.
do
And that way she can inform us, so he doesn't have to call all three of us. And,
Yeah, I think it will be better for everyone.
for him as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean, yeah.
And what I want is in such a form that anybody can pick it up and figure out what it says.
I think she'll be great for that. But in the meantime, I will do this round and then we'll, yeah.
Okay, motion by, the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Randall,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know that I ever saw that document, Jeff. If you could just forward that along or print it out for signature.
I don't know that I have either.
There's a check there for Rogers and Johnson.
No, the fee schedule was, it's like
Not
a,
the fee schedule, but there's a payment. isn't it?
yeah.
For,
They held
12
up.
minutes or less.
Quick phone call.
It was 20% of it up.
Okay. So, anything else on?
No.
Okay. DKMM 5-year plan update approval. We did approve
did
that. Do we need to do any other actions on that?
No, I think it's all done.
Okay.
I talked to Jenna Hicks and she had it and she was real pleased because we were the first township to get it.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
So
Great job.
So if you remove that from the agenda, next item, RFP for mowing, trimming, and fertilizer.
it's out. People, we actually got questions this afternoon about some stuff on it. Responded to it. And
Okay.
hopefully we'll have some responses by the end of the week.
Excellent. Website renewal revised LLC invoice.
Yes, this was an email that came through. Move to appropriate $1,400 to revise LLC for the purpose of the website.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion?
I've been happy with them, the company and the product overall. And that will be something that the township administrator wants to seek to improve over the next year. It's a lower priority, but definitely something that would be within the wheelhouse.
Excellent. So, further discussion? Please call roll.
Ford,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. America 250, Ohio Community.
I just wanted to make certain, I asked the fiscal officer to put this on the agenda because it came from the OTA. I just wanted to make certain that we did not want to take any action on that. I don't know that we've talked about that as well.
I'm not particularly interested because the amounts there and then what you're required to do is,
Looked to me like they were looking for volunteers to do a bunch of work.
and when it came to the Ohio Bicentennial, it seemed like people who did the work were not well rewarded, and it looked like a similar situation that, oh yeah, I came in and went, because actually Judy worked hard on that and nobody really cared.
I think the bell was a great idea, but it doesn't get a lot of use up there.
Okay, so I think we have consensus on that.
Okay.
The other thing from the OTA though, if I may, is that they had the Amazon Business Prime membership partnership. And it was that, townships could, what was it? Townships could get access to a free Business Prime membership and enjoy additional discounts on thousands of products from, so like there's some kind of partnership that, and I think right now we pay for the Amazon business account. I don't know if we want to like request the fiscal officers look into that a little bit more, or if you want, if we're at all interested in that.
I don't know enough about it to comment really.
Okay. Jeff, are you going to be at the OTA?
No,
I will try to get more information at the OTA on that.
I'm not opposed to it, I just don't
Yeah.
really know what's going on.
So Jeff, could you remove America 250 Ohio Community and add OTA Amazon Business Partnership for the next meeting?
Thank you. Open dumping grant funding.
You know, this is one of the came that, there's some grant money for cleaning up open dumps along the roadsides and that sort of stuff. We don't have that. What we've got is people that are dumping, and then we go pick it up, so that it doesn't grow. And what this is for the people that haven't bothered to pick it up. I think, when I read the paperwork that went with the grant, it sounded to me like it was for cleanup of an existing dump.
Yeah.
Is that the way you guys do it?
It sounded like, I thought, oh, Sweeney Road, and then when I read it, I thought it doesn't really apply for it, and so it would go through a lot and then we won't get it, so I don't think it's really what we need.
I think the only way it would apply is if we let everything get.
And let's not do that.
And if we did that, it would grow.
Yes,
It would grow and it would grow quickly.
yes.
And then we could get the grant, clean it up, but what we're doing is, but I think, keeping from that happening.
You know, when, I won't be here when it all comes to, but something you might consider is, because I asked Doug Riedel about this on Sweeney Road and the mileage. I said, is the old Sweeney Road really vacated? Because it's not, Sweeney Road really isn't a dedicated road, so it's like we never had it, but we got it, we can't abandon it because it's there. Well, the old Sweeney Road, which becomes a dumping area, has that been vacated? Does it need to be vacated? Because we never really had it.
I think it's railroad property.
It's railroad property, but the whole road, except for the little curb off, is railroad property. And so, can we just abandon it and then it goes back to the railroad, but they didn't inverse condemn it because they already own it? It seems like a little bit of a legal mess. And I just want to make sure that we aren't responsible for cleaning up, although we do clean it up because it was our road right away. by use. So, like I said, it would take forever to do that, but when we're vacating Tanktown, I wonder if we should address that.
Because I don't think the railroad ever gave the roadway.
They did not, I know they did not.
So the railroad still owns the road,
They do.
and it's all the way through there, other than that little
Right.
turn. And we don't have any say in it. And I don't think the commissioners have any say in it.
Well, except for that we are not allowed to abandon it, because I asked one of the prosecutors.
but you can't not abandon a property that isn't yours in the first place.
Yeah, because we could say we're not taking care of Sweeney Road.
That's what I'm saying.
So when
It's
we,
not our property anyway, it's not our road anyway.
but it is our road to take care of. We can't not take care of it.
But I mean, technically, it's privately owned property by the railroad.
It's not technically, it is probably.
Yeah. So, one, by us taking care of it, we're trespassing.
No, we're required to take care of it, because I asked the prosecutor, can we leave this? Because Sweeney Road is a bit of a pain. And they said, no, you do it, you get road mileage from it, you can't abandon it.
Can't we?
So when 3637 was expanded 4 lanes, I remember I was a kid, the curve came in. It didn't used to curve, it used to come straight out next to the railroad, which was really hard to see, but it was just a little 2-lane. 3637 used to be not much bigger than Old State. It probably wasn't even as big as Old State. And it was no longer taken care of. And that's where a lot of the dumping stuff occurs. And so if we're responsible for that, because to me, technically, we're responsible for that, not the part that's new. But,
The state is doing that.
but Doug said, you can't abandon that, you're getting road mileage. Well, are we really getting road mileage on that, or are we getting it on the other part?
We'll get that list again.
Well, because it's the same distance, you can't tell by the mileage. And so when you go to the auditor site, it's owned by ODOT, it's not owned by us. So are we supposed to be taking care of the part that is vacated? Well, not vacated, but
That's ODOT.
the whole point dealing with it is really, are we responsible for cleaning it up? That's really where my whole discussion is. But we kind of want to make sure that it doesn't become a dumping ground, because the railroad's not going to come clean it up. And if it's not cleaned up, it will become a dump. I'll leave it at that. Sweeney Road is always left like that.
It's always, I mean, yeah, we've thought maybe, didn't we think maybe the public health district could do something too at one point?
But I thought, and again, this is something that I'd like to throw on your plate, is that the three roads that are dedicated, we should look at taking inverse combination of.
What are they?
So there's Big Run, there's Curve Road, which is 289, 284. 89 is all dedicated, but 284 part is not.
Okay.
Because remember, Dale Ford Road used to be Curve Road.
Yeah,
And from Dale Ford Road, actually halfway between Dale Ford Road and Wilson Road, it changes from 289 to 249, I think. From 89 to 249. And all of that, except for when some of it was subdivided, they made them give road right of way, but most of that is not dedicated road. So those are the 3 roads that we have that aren't dedicated. Of course, Haverhill Road is a whole mess of its own. Okay.
noted.
But at some point, there should be inverse condemnation.
Yeah, I agree.
Because we really don't own the Curve Road, and we don't own Sweeney Road, and we don't own
Big Run.
Big One. Well, Park Road. Which I thought we could also vacate if we wanted to go that, because it's gated off, you can't go down all of Big One Road. 'Cause,
Mhm.
The state has it gated off.
Mhm.
Why is that really the road then?
It's a fair point.
Okay. Anything else for dumping grant?
No, we can remove that since we're not going to pursue it, Jeff.
Otarma renewal? Why would that be executive session?
Big word?
Why would that be executive session? Otarma?
I didn't know, I figured if it was, I'd put it on there so we could, if we had to, but not necessarily would be.
Well, because we're in the situation we are, I think we should do it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's gonna go up, kind of significantly, but when you take into account the property values, the vehicles, the litigation, it's still the best deal in town.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the litigation's the big thing, it's.
Well, it's not
property-
supposed to technically
Yeah.
be, but
It's 1,600, and the general liability went up 1,600, but that's 10% of the increase.
Yeah, well, and two, we had all of the
Yeah.
township hall resided and.
Yeah, all that.
Re-roofed and things like that. So-
Right,
Now, I was unhappy with them when, we were represented by, a certain firm, but when they allowed us to change, I'm happy with them.
I agree with that.
So I move that we approve Otarma renewal.
Do you want to say the amount?
I don't have that in front of me, do you have? it?
well, here's where we are. We did a purchase order, we appropriated 65,000 to Otarma at the organizational meeting, or the original, that was one of the original, appropriations. Now we're 10,000 short.
Do we have an exact amount?
Yeah, right here.
What it said, yeah,
And you said we appropriated 60?
we appropriated 65, and what she has put down, what she has sent me says 75,695.
And that includes the, well, that doesn't include the 15 million increase of,
Yeah, if you increase it,
so is it the board's
Mm-hmm.
will to increase it?
Yeah,
Okay, so that will make it,
I would add that
yeah,
$1 million to it.
yeah, he's adding.
so I come up with $76,880.
Okay.
So, I'll withdraw my original motion and make a new motion. Move to approve, Otarma, in the amount of a total of $76,888, which is an increase of $11,888 from our previous, motion, a previous approval of appropriation to Otarma.
Second,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Grail. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Trail. Yes?
yes.
So that takes us, anything else for, trustee items that's not a late item? Okay, the zoning department, building structural damage, including potential remediation of nuisances.
Yes, I had the opportunity to speak with the zoning inspector and talk through what his recommendation would be. His recommendation was that the board did not take action on declaring these the structural damage on the current properties that were identified as nuisance. Primary reason for that is they're in probate, back taxes we would pay to remediate the situation. They'd be assessed on property taxes that aren't being paid. And that it's already been reported to a few other different arenas that probably would be better for the long-term remediation of those properties.
Okay, so that doesn't take any action, it's just for information purposes, or?
Correct. He's recommending we don't take action. So we can actually remove that from the agenda.
Thank you.
I can add one thing, the property here on Berlin Station Road has, a tax lien certificate has now been purchased.
Okay,
So that tax, county has the money and, We'll see how much fun the taxing certificate company has.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would have invested that money.
Well, I'm pleased that somebody is willing to take that on.
Well, yeah.
Sycamore Trail.
Sycamore Trail, I followed up with, Levi. There was two actual issues here. One is the landscaping in the final development plan? He did send me the final development plan, but did not indicate if the landscaping was in there, so I'm gonna follow back up with him to answer that specific question. The second one was, if the landscaping, is not done and was in the final plan, would the zoning inspector have the authority to withhold further permits for building until that landscaping was taken care of? And that question has been out to Tony at least since November. And he indicated a few considerations, but Tony indicated that there were a few considerations that did not actually address it. So I asked him to also further clarify that answer that he provided. And so we're in a holding pattern, keep that on. I should have a definitive answer on that. At least the landscaping, if it's on the final development plan. And then, assuming that it is, what's the authority of the zoning inspector to be able to stop build?
So when they went, let me just ask this. Does the homeowners association have possession of anything?
They did not before the developer filed bankruptcy.
So does the homeowners association have control now?
That, I don't know.
Because who's gonna pay for the landscaping if it's not done and it's required? Because even if you withhold the permits, if that's legal, which is probably not, but if it is, that doesn't force the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody has to have the responsibility to put that in.
Mm-hmm. Fair. I'll mention that to Levi so that as he replies to the resident that, we can, I wanted clarification as well. Like, what is the nature of the authority for the zoning inspector to stop granting permits? Because that has come up on a number of occasions, and one zoning inspector said you can't do it, you can't withhold. So then what's the point of even getting a permit if there's no authority to stop it from going in, you know? And others said that there's some, but it's not, it can't be like a minor withhold. So I'd like to get an opinion on that.
There's a bunch of things that weren't completed over there, like the trail back to the little shelter house thing or whatever it was. Didn't get completed. And we know that it didn't get completed. The homeowners association, I think, is responsible for it. And I hate to force the homeowners to pay for it. But I think we have to look at it from the big picture of, and just, it's a question of if a developer came and says, hey, I don't have a whole lot of money either, you know, I don't want to put these things in, so, do we set a precedent by not forcing people to finish the project that the plan that they said they were going to do when they found out? And not that I like the situation over there, but I think we need to understand what we're doing so we don't create a problem for ourselves.
Otherwise, what you do is set up a company that can pay it.
Yeah, agree.
A shell company. And I don't know that would be illegal.
And then you just deprecate it and there's nobody to go after.
Yeah.
Okay, so keep that on there and we'll revisit.
Okay, anything else for zoning?
Yes, actually, two things, I can bring them quickly now.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Do it now.
We have a application for modification of approved zoning plan for BZC case 16-001. This is amendment 4. I'd like to set a date time for the determination of major minor modification. We have our next meeting on the 10th of February,
Correct.
7 PM. Do we have anything currently planned for 7 PM?
No?
Okay. So move to consider the determination of major minor modification for BZCK 16-001 amendment for to date, time, place certain of February 10th at 7 PM at 3271 Cheshire Road.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Board. Discussion?
I will be asking them to submit more information, provide clarification on some of the opacity of this current documents that we have.
Thank you. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other item is that Jerry Valentine has been doing a exceptional job as the assistant zoning inspector. He is currently working, or would like to currently begin working in a part-time capacity, at least for the foreseeable future. So move to transition Jerry Valentine from full-time assistant zoning inspector to part-time assistant zoning inspector with hours not to exceed 28 per week, effective, should we do effective on the start date of the pay cycle?
Yeah, that would be great. Let me see if I can figure out what it is.
Or when did this last cycle begin?
I don't remember.
I think it did, maybe it was Sunday.
All right. The current cycle ends Saturday, February 1, so the next one will start Sunday, February 2.
Should I backdate it to the second? So that's clean?
It's up to you, because he doesn't work on Saturday, so.
Effective February 2nd, 2025.
Second. Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Board. Discussion? I think that he has done an excellent job. I appreciate it, and I can appreciate that he wants fewer hours, so. Thank you.
Do we need to look for another one?
Assistant zoning inspector.
Sorry.
A second one, that part-time. I don't think so at this moment. I think that the capacity is nicely suited. But certainly if we start getting a lot of Berlin business park activity, we may want to check into that at that time.
Well, I know that he's been working on some things that he's completed, so those things are done.
Yeah, so there's a little bit more capacity he could take on for special projects. I also think he has a very unique project management skill set. So, I can see him, and he may want to, he may want to return to full-time too, I don't know.
And the other part of the question is, what I'd like to see is a little bit more work with code compliance. And there's things on the checklist that the roads department and the county engineer work together to put together a checklist of things. But they don't check the things that fall under the zoning. And so we need to figure out a way to work with that in the long run. And that's the kind of thing that
I mean, it would be interesting to explore, so maybe there's a assistant zoning inspector of some sort, right? Maybe there's a code enforcement officer that's part-time, or, something to that effect.
So after we take a vote on that, I'll address something else that needs to be taken care of, somewhat in that vein. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
We did receive, a note from Tony about ORC 5511.01. And so how it has been happening, I believe, which addresses that ODOT needs to be informed about a zoning change that's 300 or 500 feet from the road right away of 36, 37, or 23.
So,
And so they generally have been notified by the developers because they want access. But really, I believe we should, through zoning, and I actually think it's through regional planning that they need to be noticed. Now, in the past, I twice asked the, what's Scott Sanders' title?
Executive director.
I twice asked that position, it might have been once before he was, so we're going back a while, about the flow chart of the timelines. Because if you look at that, and I don't know if is that up there anymore?
go for that.
ODOT is listed in that. And I said, I don't see that in our zoning resolution, where is it that they can stop the zoning or have input on the zoning? And they always said, they don't, they can't. It has nothing to do with the timeline. Well, they can't change the zoning, but the law says that they need to be notified, not that they can do anything. So my understanding is what they want is the notification so that if they choose to buy the land, they can buy the land at the current zoning, not what it would be rezoned to, because they have to pay the highest and best use of the zoning that it has, I believe. So where that comes into play immediately is I believe there's application for a land on 3637. Remember they came in and said, do you have objection to this?
Marijuana dispensary?
No, it had to do with low-income housing.
Oh, Spire.
Yes. And so I think they actually have made application to BZC.
They have?
I believe they have. And so somewhere ODOT needs to be notified of this. And somebody has to be responsible for notifying ODOT.
So, and it doesn't have to be the developer?
I don't think so. I think it's in the zoning.
So it
process.
needs to be added to the checklist of an application.
That somebody has to take care
That
of.
somebody
but
has
I
to.
don't know who.
Well, I mean, we could articulate that the applicant must
No.
provide proof of notification to ODOT.
Maybe. But the thing is, they've already applied, so somebody needs to notify ODOT.
And
It does not have to be the township. That does not make sense.
I actually think it's regional planning, but
It doesn't
They
make
are.
sense that the responsibility of notification outside of abutting property owners should not be the township or the county. It's the applicant's responsibility.
I don't know that that's. what
It might be our responsibility to ensure that we have documentation from them,
So if,
almost like our fraud training, right?
I just want us to be in compliance. I don't really know how, so.
My thing is like, this is one of the most minor items, and we get this lengthy response from Tony about, and meanwhile, very important major items are not being addressed.
And I totally agree, but in this particular instance, we could get burned because that is territory that is part of Sunbury Parkway. So, because when they configure the lighting of Africa Road, 3637, and Sunbury Parkway, I just want to make sure that we don't get burned, even if it's not really our fault sometimes.
Well, do we need to approve the release of this information? And then I'll forward it along to the zoning inspector and tell him to incorporate in the zoning
Yes,
changes.
so when you do it, it's for a specific and only this communication
Okay.
that you're releasing client.
Move to waive attorney-client privilege related specifically to the email dated January 24th at 9:53 a.m.
And no other.
and no others concerning ORC 5511.01 highway zoning plating permits.
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, second by trustee Board, discussion. And for clarification, again, it's only this one item that we're releasing, attorney-client privilege. Further discussion, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yeah.
Right. So no leave out
The
your
other
address.
part of it is the memo that I think Tony sent to us about the notification dealing with other properties up there around 3637. And there needs to be in the code, and he actually gave us some examples of the code from Genoa Township.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
that's the same, it's the same email.
Oh, is it?
You've got it right.
Yeah.
But I remember the 505,
Yeah,
but there was a several.
portions of Genoa zoning township resolution addressing RC.
If you go down through it, he shows the paragraphs and
Mhm.
sections that are in Genoa Township.
Yeah,
But when he made a copy of it, it looks like that book was two-sided pages, and it copied one side, but it didn't copy the other
so it
side.
goes from 1 to, yeah,
It was 1 to 3 through there, and I don't know if that was important or not, so I didn't go back on it,
I'll follow up on this.
but that really, the question needs to be, I think of Scott, of what changes do we need to do to our zoning check to make ourselves compliant with what's being done there.
Yeah, and Jerry and Levi did complete their initial updates for our latest run of revision, so I'm actually looking at the red line right now. Minor changes, just clarifications, all good. So I'll loop back around to them and have them work with Scott on this language too. And Scott's gonna need to review that
Well,
stuff
he
as
needs to
well.
do it for all the townships, because anyone that has 36, 37, or 23 go through them.
ODOT, yeah.
Well, there's other ones, I mean, for Thompson.
That's in the
There's-
ODOT,
Well, I mean, Berkshire said it dealt with the same thing because of all
Yeah,
the stuff.
or not, I mean, or they haven't.
they should. but-
Yeah, they should.
Yeah,
We all have that same issue. And it may be that the notification, maybe ODOT has a seat on regional plan, do
mhm.
they? So they're getting notified
Mm,
by the regional planning meetings of everything that's going on in the county.
I like that approach.
I just want us to be compliant, I don't care how we do it.
That's all I'm asking too.
Yeah.
But if Scott comes back and says, hey, we're doing it with regional planning, and that's it, you don't worry about it, I'm happy.
As long as we're compliant, I'm happy with it too, but I'm not sure that we are, and I want to make sure we don't get burned on that.
Yeah.
Because it is a property they will be interested in.
Yeah.
Because I did pose this question too. Well, so if ODOT goes ahead and buys it, well, then the land is now smaller, and so what we're approving in the rezoning really needs to come back before us again, so we need to know, because the setbacks, because if they buy 500 feet, that's quite a bit of the land.
Does it go into the open space? And, yeah.
So, and my understanding is 500 is next to an intersection, 300 is not at an intersection, and that's why that's 300 or 500.
Mhm.
It's a depends, but there's what it really depends on. Okay, anything else for zoning?
Not this time.
Okay, old business, evergreen trees, sign donations and rules updates?
No updates,
Okay,
no update on access management.
okay.
Uh,
So on collective bargaining agreement, postal website, I have spoken with Dave Riepenoff. My understanding is that it has been submitted to SUR, but he hasn't received the timestamp copy yet. I'm not sure why it's taking this long.
Okay, we'll keep it on the agenda.
Please. And hopefully we'll get it soon, because it's not up on SUR's website either. Okay, any old business that not, I guess it really be laid out. Future meetings?
OTA this week will be fun and informative. The DCTA Legislative Committee will meet on February 4th here in Berlin, and we'll take up the mutual aid agreement as well as the local government funding.
Anything further on that?
Can you invite Brian LaRouche to that too?
We don't invite them to the legislative committees. We invite them to the broader
To the big meeting?
DCTA
Okay.
and then speak with them separately. This was not actually the approach that I favored, but I was outvoted.
Okay.
It happens, doesn't it?
It does. And so I'm abiding by the popular
You
vote.
gotta sell it better.
Notice I said the popular vote, not the right one.
That takes us to late items.
I don't know if these are late items, actually, I'm gonna address a couple things we spoke about earlier. One was I sent off an email about the W-2s to the nice HR Butler lady. I'm sorry, please tell me again, what is the procedure? Do you mail them? She has written me back. If they did sign up electronically, they are sent in mail. But regardless, they will have access in their self-service portal.
If they, no, wait a minute, if they sign up for it?
If they did sign up electronically, they are sent in mail.
That makes no sense. If I don't have access to the electronic, you're not going to send it to me, and I can't access it. That makes no sense. If you could specifically ask that I get mine, I'd like to make sure that.
Ask if Trustee O'Brien will be sent his. I think the rest in the mail, in the United States Postal Service mailing.
It's interesting that HR Butler, after you don't look at it so long, they take it off. And so I'm consistently taken off. And then I'm not well sold on
I would
HR Butler.
love to transition away from HR Butler, but
Just because I don't use it all the time, to me, does not mean, because I don't have to prove the time sheets because the chief does that. But
Okay, the other thing I had was, Brocious, Johnson and Briggs, I found the email
thank you,
and I forwarded it to everybody.
thank you. Okay, I had two quick ones. I got the requisition for fixing the lights on the Ford Expedition, and Jesse said something that this might end up being a then and now.
okay, so what it is, because I asked specifically about that.
Okay.
So we did an appropriation that came out of fire and administrative, but we did not do one for zoning. So you need to do
Oh, okay.
one to here, but I would recommend not, I would raise it because you know that it's gonna need oil changes and things like that. And so why do a then and now all the time? But we need to do a then and now for this one, and then maybe we should just go ahead and do another appropriations for in the future so that we don't have to do then and now.
For zoning specifically.
Is that the situation where the turn signals don't work?
Yeah.
Lights don't work?
Yeah, and I'm not saying they shouldn't have done it, I'm just saying that we need to appropriate money out of zoning for zoning.
So I'll approve this requisition as a then and now, and then I'll appropriate. Move to approve requisition, What's the number? There's no number.
There isn't one.
Isn't there?
Just say it's IT main reel.
This isn't IT
Oh.
review.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong people. I apologize.
No, you're fine. A move to approve the requisition for the regular maintenance, of the 2011 Ford Expedition, which included the oil change, turn signal replacement, front and rear wipers in the amount of $194.66 as a net amount.
Second. Moved by trustee Rail, second by the chair. Discussion. Please call roll.
Bullard. Yes. O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes,
And that's coming out of zone.
and that would come out of zoning.
I don't think I have that.
And that's such a small amount that we got it done, we had it done quickly.
Yeah, totally appropriate. It's just when you get appropriate.
And, move to appropriate, $1,000 out of zoning for the purposes of, routine maintenance of the 2011 Ford Expedition to Orange Township.
Second.
And that's a blanket purchase order
Yeah,
for,
Well, it's a PO because.
PO 4,000, yeah.
okay, but, who manages it?
To be managed by trustee Rail.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
How about if we make it Jesse?
I'm fine with it. We'll send it to Aubrey eventually.
Okay, I'm fine.
Contracts.
So let's make it all, not just.
I'm not gonna make it Aubrey before Aubrey is
Um,
working here. I'll do it now. It's no problem.
Let's keep it trustee Rail and then let's make it all afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you clear on that, Jeff?
I'm gonna need copies of those. I never got them.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
Or, well, did Jesse email them or?
Jesse handed this to me. I don't know if he emailed it or not, but here's a copy.
What Jesse was worried.
No, no, that's not it.
Ken has,
Yeah,
yeah, we got it all
we
done.
got it, yeah.
And Ken had said he wanted to have this.
It just wasn't allocated to zoning. That's the big thing. So, we got it. I don't know if it's an email or not, Jeff. He just handed it to me. But he did say, I have asked him to, email me everything he hands me. And he said that he was doing that, so I'm assuming that it's in the email somewhere. The final item is we did,
So moved by, did you know?
I moved it,
Yeah.
he amended it.
And I'm second. So
Thanks,
moved
Ken.
by trustee Rail, second by, the chair. Discussion, please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes. So did you have any
No, I don't have another requisition. The final late item is that we did have an incident at Township Hall. And our cameras very likely have the recording. And we need to get access to that video. And that will be imperative for the sheriff's report.
So how do we make that so?
So, I had mentioned we all had the app for the cameras on our phone. Do you have that app? And can you don't have the app? Okay.
no, I never put it up. I didn't put it on.
Do you want me to have ClearPoint help you put it on, or do you not want
I don't want, I don't need it, I don't think. I mean, is it important that I have it?
it? Well, I think, because we initially said that no employee would get access to cameras.
Mhm.
So I think if we don't want it on our phones, then we need to have somebody who does have access
Well,
to
when
it.
she's here, I think
Aubrey, would-
I don't really like calling her.
Ms. Hale?
Yeah.
That's fine.
But I tried to get from her what she wanted, she said Aubrey, but I don't know if it's Miss, Mrs. or Ms.
Yeah.
And if you could ask her
Yeah.
reference.
I,
Or administrator.
Administrator Hale makes sense to me too.
I told her that whatever you came up with, I would go with.
I like Administrator Hale, at least initially, but then once you get to know, kind of the way.
Well, what I said is one-on-one is different than like a meeting. We're in a meeting, so I think she should get to this back into that position.
I agree.
But one-on-one, and I
Yeah.
call her that.
Yeah.
Because that's not what she asked to be called.
That's fine. I think administrative here makes sense.
I got a feeling it's not as nefarious as we thought. And my feeling on it is, there was a meeting here, I know the night before, and there was a car parked in front of that door the night before. Now, it would be the kind of thing that somebody could have got out of their car, went to that door, and the door had not planned. Maybe I could have just jerked it open and gotten into that door that way. But it would be good to be able to look at the data, if you've got the data,
Yes.
and just confirm that. But I think it may be that people thought they were coming in this door when they were really coming in the next door. And if you're not used to it, you wouldn't know the difference.
Do you know what day, approximately what time?
Well, Jesse found it on Friday, and
That's
Friday
Thursday.
morning, that the door was unlocked, or the lock was messed up. And I know that there was homeowners association meetings, and they aren't familiar with anything going on around here.
Well, and you can,
And it was.
it might be different if they did it by hand versus a tool. I mean, I think we need to look at the.
Sure.
Well, we have it on video.
Yeah.
So we'll find out. And there was actually a series of break-ins around Delaware at different, like a couple pickleball facilities got broken into, kind of like in industrial areas. So I'm curious, and they have a very good photo of the culprit. So
I mean,
Well, and, I mean, nothing was noticed to be going, but sometimes you don't notice until,
Mhm.
I mean, because when I was broke into, it was months later that I said, oh, I'm missing this, you know? But if the camera shows them carrying something out, it's different than, oh,
yeah,
you know.
we need clarity in agreements. I'll work with Todd to get that footage,
Okay.
Todd,
a clear point.
Okay.
Because I got a new phone, so I don't have the app on my new phone.
further discussion on late items? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Boyd. Please call roll.
Ford, yes. Rail.
Yes.
O'Brien, yes.